People, good evening. Welcome to the, I think it's part 11 or 12 for the Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader bait. We reached the Monastery and probably the end of chapter 1. Let's try to finish it. My personal guess, this should be the end of chapter 1 and then chapter 2 starts. With the entire Coronus Expanse map opened up. Full squad, all geared up, all leveled up. Except Cassio. Staff of House Werglia. Modified laser gun. Power maul. Stub carbine sucks, but they can't carry bolters, so I believe it's better off with a shotgun. Stub revolver. It's well maintained. Now same applies with this. I could go with a modified bolter. And a flamethrower. That's what I need. Fading Valor is way too weak. What you got? Willpower. Wielder intellect. Goggles for the logic. And I keep the helmet then. Cassia is extremely squishy character. Let's do the electrodynamics in Novium.
I won't tolerate weakness.
What is happening, Warden?
What a shameful failure.
Piece of shit. Me from the start.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
My house would be proud of me.
Lay people unworthy of entering the hollow Cenobium humbly said their prayers like this computational altar.
A new challenge for me?
It's the break.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Frags.
Follow my lead!
The premonition runs true.
Judging by the dead people's equipment, they were the guards the governor sent to the monastery's aid. Okay, monastery is here.
As it should be.
Judging by the fact that the pieces are molten at the edges, the statue was destroyed with fire from a multi-laser turret.
None shall stand in my way.
Impressive place, this one. I love it.
I'll lay claim to
This is the monastery. This is the monastery. Let's go. Could have a boss fight to end the chapter 1. Monastery. Electrodynamics and OP.
A new challenge for me?
Heretics were killed swiftly and ruthlessly. Never had time to reach for their weapons.
I won't tolerate weakness.
What is happening here? The wire junctions are often marked with a symbol of a key that appears to connect two lines.
Victory awaits!
Would you look at that?
I'll lay claim to the stars.
What's the deal with this, mummy? A tech priest's body rests on a metal table, surrounded by sparking spirals of copper coil. A patina of holy unguents covers his withered flesh. His augmetic's been polished with great care. Intricate electues cover the dead man's crossed arms and bare torso. A strange of wires envelop his head. Inspect the body. Ah, don't fail me, I wanna see the lore. Shit was funny as fuck.
None shall stand in my way.
Kill with a hit in the back from some electric weapon. The melodies of machine spirits and the ways of diagnostic
Follow my
divination.
lead!
Hey, what's that? Pay attention.
Rest of the table enveloped in wires. Tech use. The body seems motionless. You notice a slight tremor in the fingertips. This ancient servant of the Omnissiah must be data-dreaming. His mind enveloped in digital reverie. It persists for hundreds or thousands of years while his frail body is decaying. The sacred state of trance is a great reward only earned by the wisest and most pious servants of the machine god. Next to the table the body is resting on, you see small amulets crafted from burned cogitator circuit boards. There is no dust on these small offerings. They were clearly left here recently. Can you hear me, tech priest? Light in the crypt becomes a little brighter and sharper, and the air is filled with the smell of ozone. The wax under the ceiling comes alive and lets forth a solemn binary araya that turns into a crackling, sleepy voice. In this dark hour, I'm ready to bring you good tidings, tech comrades. Now respond with the words of the second galvanic hymn. Tech use check succeeded. The second galvanic hymn is the revered and miraculous prayer of the Adeptus Mechanicus. You certainly know it very well. Let us praise the twin charges, the body electric and the Omnissiah who lies the spark of reason within us, and let us carry his charge to those who have turned their minds toward his light. Let it be so indeed. Who or what are you? Praetor Electroid Dahr-Impulse II. By the will of the Omnissiah, the prior of this monastery and the guardian of the miraculous fusion reactor, now and ever, world without end. Here in the cell of mine I conquered death, and my mind has soared toward the Omnissiah in a blessed data dream. My body is decaying, but my spirit will remain by my master's side. For I'm the sacred sentinel of the code, the guardian of the sacred relic, and the eye that watches over the rite of operation. Tell me what your data dream is like. I am one with the motive force, and it opens my mind to the sacred impulses of knowledge. My reason has become fast as the flying electron and the ray of light. And time is no more for me, for I am eternal. In my binary reverie, I comprehend the wisdom of the machine god and share it with the humble priests who come to my cell, thirsting for my knowledge. Monastery is under attack by heretics, can you help? In my data dream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily. For it said in the 4th article of security, no unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operation cycle. They have sagacious design on the relic, but should I give you, who do not belong to our faith and fellowship, my blessing to stand up to the blasphemers? I may not be a member of your brotherhood, but you and I are of the same faith. This statement is true. The 1st article of security says, fear above all evils, the defilement of knowledge, and its command outweighs the prohibition contained in the 6th article of security. Let knowledge be locked away from the ignorant. So be it. In order that the unbelievers be brought low, I grant you the blessing of special access and protection from the rage of the motive force. Dry crackling sounds came from inside the crypt walls as awakened cogitators processed the ancient tech priest command. Permanent Praetor Electroid Dahr-Impulse II's blessing is a promise of protection from the fury of the motive force. Gives 3 deflection and 50% armor against shot.
A new challenge
Okay.
for me?
Since it gives protection, I guess we're gonna have something huge here. Purified by the motive force, blasphemer. We're ambushed.
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Ambushed by what? Not only that I'm ambushed, man, that they're gonna play first, I can't reallocate. Let me go to the left also. Check what's available to loot and so on, then we're gonna fight this fight.
I won't tolerate weakness.
So you go to the left now. Mercifully quick electric shock wasn't what killed the cultist. His face is contorted with pain as he was tortured. Wounds on a heretic's body. His face is contorted with terror. And his eyes are bloodshot from the ruptured vessels. There's Heinrix!
I will repeat my question again. The last electro priest you killed, where did you find him?
Burn in the fire of dawn, servant of the corpse emperor!
And another one meets the limit of his utility. The last of them.
Heinrix von Kelix, I forgot. The old man sizes you up with a quick glance. Supernatural chill is making the air around him crackle softly. The expensive fabric of his doublet is stitched with gold thread and marked by several reddish-brown stains. A forged sword and a wax hang from his belt, and the emblem of the Holy Inquisition glitters on his chest. Seneschal Isn't this the chap we're supposed to find for the Lord Inquisitor? The Emperor protects. And in this we must be like him. My greetings to you, fellow servant of the Master of Mankind. I'm Interrogator Heinrix von Kellex of the Imperial Inquisition Holy Order of Xenos, with whom do I have the pleasure of speaking. Idira recoils from the interrogator as if scalded and starts swaying to and fro. Shadow, a great big sun eclipsing chain weaving shadow. I can't stand Idira, man. I can't fucking stand her. I can see the threads, myriads of them extending towards the soul, and all of them creeping off toward him like snakes, shrouding us in poison. My oh my, do I sense trouble, right here in my itchy throats, where I'm sensing it. She fears the Inquisitor. A psyker, curious, a scryer, more curious still. You get these episodes often. Don't you Inquisition me, I'm under rogue trader's protection. Idira is under my protection. The interrogator rests his intent gaze on Idira for another moment before shifting it to you. Your retinue, you say? Then let's go back to my previous question. With whom do I have the honor of speaking? Rogue trader. Von Valancius. To the best of my knowledge, the dynasty is headed by the esteemed Theodora von Valancius. Has there been a change of circumstances? He watches your expression closely. Theodora is dead, slain in battle by the enemies of humanity. The news is lamentable, my condolences. I presume the heir to the sacred warrant of trade and the lofty title of the rogue trader is none other than yourself. Well done. What precisely has brought you to the sanctum of the Omnissiah? Point to the corpse. What did you do to him? I convinced him to cooperate. I can influence living bodies, and I find that the interrogated are much more eager to share information once the blood starts to boil in their veins. I came to collect you. I'm under orders from the Lord Inquisitor to offer any assistance you may require, after which I'm to provide you safe passage to footfall aboard my ship. Heinrix ruminates silently on what you have told him. Then he makes a satisfaction and says that the timing of our meeting is fortuitous. I'm requesting you and your retinue for my task. Requisitioning. Abelard is left speechless for a moment. Young man, your choice of expressions is utterly unfit for talking to a rogue trader. Heinrix casts an apprehensive glance at Abelard. I don't imagine you'll be any happier with placing in inquisitorial custody. I came to Raikad Minoris on a mission, which a rebellion prevented me from fulfilling. The governor is convinced that the malcontents from among the rebel were the instigators, but I immediately suspected a more sinister presence at the root of the mutiny. My visit to the monastery and a few hurried conversations with some of the rebels confirmed my suspicions. We got a demon. There's a Xenos Inquisitor here. Someone by the name of the Aurora is leading the rebellion. Data indicates that the head of the cultist is here right now, in the sanctum of the ancient reactor. Given the prophecy of the final dawn and the special efforts made by the enemies of humanity to seize the monastery, their goal is to gain access to the holy power source control circuit and trigger a process that once started cannot be stopped. In other words, to detonate the reactor, thus being themselves the cause of their much doubted final dawn. Blasphemous insanity. The tech priest's visor flashes and turns a bloody scarlet. A soft hum of some activating systems is heard from under his robe. And precisely what were you doing at the monastery? I arrived here with an escort squad, only to lose it in our very first open skirmish. The monastery is veritably swarming with heretics. The soldiers I requisitioned from the governor fell in battle, bled to death, or deserted. I had to make do with catching and forcefully interrogating individual rebels. It is from them that I learned what I relayed to you just now. Let's go for Aurora. Thank you. Regrettably, the governor's people show themselves to be unprepared for the perils of this place. extracting blade shards from a person's stomach is beyond my powers. I hope that the rogue trader's retinue will prove more capable than a group of soldiers fresh off the base. I'm positive that not all of the electro priests within these walls have perished. The heretics spoke of shadows emerging from the side alleys to make short work of the cultists invading their abode. I surmise that the entrance to their hiding place is somewhere in the hole near a machine known as the circular cogitate. I imagine it's one of the local sacred relics with the electro priests treat with special piety. Yo, who do we exchange for Heinrix? Who do we exchange now? And I also lost the buff if I exchange. That's also fucked up. I need to go for Heinrix first, and then I need to go for the tech priest. I believe I'll exchange for Cassia. I don't need 2 supports. 1 is enough. It's gonna be for Cassia. Cannot be excluded from the party, as well as Pasqal. But he is without. Let me see the saves. This is important. This is before speaking to that priest. If it is, then it's a good save. We go for Heinrix, we go back, we take the buff, and then we move forward. I want the buff on Heinrix. There are so many great companion men. There's that. I think she was Eldari. Sniper. There's the Space Marine, Space Wolf. There's... who else is left? Shit. I don't know what to do and what companions to play with. This is... with the buff. This is without. Straight for Heinrix. Go back.
It's about time.
Back. Not there.
We are the
Here.
spearhead of the Imperium.
Roll.
None shall stand in my way.
Instead of Cassia. Now, what we gonna do? We are going to check our Inquisitor. That's a fighter. Low on strength though. Xenos. Okay, we need really like... I already talked about it for Alpha, for Heinrix, and now I'm gonna say it again. Heinrix is out of Xeno order, and he's got only 30 of understanding Xenos. He should have starting at least 50 or so. That's way too fucking low. Now to pick the right skills for Heinrix. He's a biomancer. In the first turn of every combat, all psychic powers of the biomancy discipline cost -1 action points. Psyker attacks, including the attacking psychic powers, are also poison enemies. This poison deals 1 plus Psy rating damage every turn. The Psyker allies and the Psyker themselves, under the effects of the psychic powers, gain +5 toughness for each of such effects. I like the poison. Flameboard turn, plasma, solid power, nimble, metal, laser, dueling, combat master. Chain weapon. What do you use, Heinrix? You use the Force Sword, power weapon. So Heinrix would be.
I'm watching your back.
We're gonna stick with power build. Chain combat, dueling, laser, melta, power, weapon expert. And we're gonna go with a weapon skill, make him melee. Now, as far as abilities go, telekinetic shield protects the target with a telekinetic shield. Divination, telepathy, psychic shriek, invigorate, heal wounds from the willpower, remove stun, bleed, fatigue, blind, immobilize, staggered, and fresh injury effects from the target. The target has several of those effects, all of them invigorate. He is an Inquisitor, and he will go into athletics, because he is a tanky Inquisitor. I want to take carouse. Here we're gonna go with a bit of strength. Now we're gonna go with athletics. House demolition, Medineh. With your power. Opening strike. Agility dodge. We go with a pigskin. Daring Breach. This is his heroic. Grants additional movement points until the end of this turn. Fighter does not provoke attacks until the end of combat. The fighter gains movement till the end of combat. The fighter may use their movement points after attacking. You can use after attacking movement points so we can reallocate. Talents again. Psi rating 1. New psychic powers. It also empowers the damaging psychic powers. Let's go with Psi rating, test it out a bit. Here we're gonna go with weapon skill. Here we're gonna go with the classic Endure. And here we're gonna go with Medineh. And we say apply, and that would be our Heinrix. Now, can we make you slightly better? We need power weapons. No, you can wield exotic. You can wield Xeno weapons. So. Okay. Heinrix looks nice.
Victory awaits!
Body's still warm. Somno meditation bed.
A new challenge for me?
Logic.
My success is
See what it is. On the wall, a symbol for the Omnissiah is inscribed, from which grooves of electric discharges spread out like a river. A leather armor, 20% dodge chance against primitive weapons. Dodge chance against primitive weapons. No, man, I really don't know. Don't know what.
I won't
Katsia icon bugged out. This fight is. Rush. I'm gonna go for the buff. Shock resist.
Follow my lead!
Gonna speed it up. Right. There is no Cassia now for persuasion.
None shall stand in my way.
There you go. 3 deflection.
I'll lay claim
That's
to
shock
the
damage.
stars.
Now let's trigger that ambush and see what they're made of. What?
Take a knee and bow before me. Crush them!
Argenta plays first.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Thank you.
I'll do it.
Very good.
This is unacceptable. Doubt is for the weak. Eradicated.
Down. Paris. The cool heat unit.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Yeah, she missed with all.
Already done. Chandler!
If I can survive this onslaught, I'll kill them.
Brace yourself, Avalon!
As the tactical imperative dictates. Running binary maths equation.
Yeah, Pasqal.
Life is a negligible variable.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Nothing stands against me. I won't object to it.
We'll trigger attack opportunity here.
throne's glory.
Alright. I'll take that. I'll take opportunity.
It will be done.
I'll take it. Very
Wasn't you a target?
fine.
Reduce
Better
the
better
dust.
to wipe them out like this.
There is movement in the Empyrean. But of course. Was that you? Or
Yeah, hit one. Argentina. Few bullets.
I'll do it. Strike is a prayer. By
Reload.
light I stand, and by
Reload.
light I crave. I will not. As the Emperor commands, I act. This is why I was chosen. I'll do it.
One stacking that.
As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. That is not the Emperor's will.
Nothing I
Yeah. They had quite a lot of HP, by the way. Easy. They don't leave anything. There you go. The Revel in Slaughter is available. Operational. Only response to special command that you don't know. You have to know the correct prayer. Sentinel will ask for a password.
victory awaits.
Multi-force field seals the passage. Cultists. Date altar. Cogitator green screen lights up as you approach and displays the flashing message. Pilgrim, only the words of the first galvanic hymn will reveal to you the gifts hidden behind the veil of knowledge. Now chant with me, let us sing this canticle too. The motive force that floweth through veins of copper, the Omnissiah from whom the holy discharge spring forth, the blessed cutout that beckon the timeless electron, the mighty reactor that performeth the sacrament of fusion, the closed circuit wherein the let's go with Omnissiah. Whereas Stew calls to you, pilgrim, let us fill our souls with gratitude toward the twin poles of opposite signs that herald the motion of the current, the splendid resistors that conceal within them the rite of transfiguration, the watchful breakers that protect us from the sacrilege of short circuit. The hallowed context whose touch conducted the current, the arcane key that closes the circuit. Finish this prayer, pilgrim. May the unity of the sacred charge is power, the memory of ages that is preserved most zealously, the faultless soul that the current washeth over, the mortal body and the mechanisms thereof, the immortal intelligence that hath created the spark, the blessed fate bringeth light. Let's go with immortal intelligence. Only one who's learned the path of Cenobium is worthy of its gifts. Walk the path of the enlightened, absorb their age-old wisdom, and sing with me again. You asshole! I know what's the plot. I've seen it. Through those goddamn electrified chambers. I've seen it. Not only that it's electrified chambers, there's also these vessels here.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Surrender to the dark powers!
That ain't a joke. We all need to get out. Here.
My ears are ringing.
Heinrix. What shall we do with you, Heinrix? Assail! Assaults the target with a telekinetic strike. Try to throw them to the ground. They must succeed on psi rating toughness test to stay on their feet. I'm gonna charge. Force is broken. Good charge. Good job, Heinrix. Good
Let's
job.
see to it. The Inquisition sends their regards.
Endure that now. They play. I need Argenta to play ASAP. There's a lot. They're gonna target Argenta. Now you're gonna see how I target.
Doubt is
Let's
weak.
go mad.
Strike is a prayer.
You like it?
I'll do it. This is unacceptable.
Who plays after us? Ding. Fucking hell, he ran away.
Can I pull
sniper.
back now?
Works, masters!
Son of a...
Scorn the pain.
You melee. You are. Yo, my boy, come on, let's go. First, we're gonna study them. Then we're gonna precise. Then we're gonna smash. That's the combo. You are dead.
Not a problem for me.
No, not with that. I wanted melee. Oh, Heinrix, finish. Finish what I started.
Your reckoning is due.
And you are.
Not my specialty.
Abelard plays next.
All too easy.
I'm just gonna put Heinrix down there and I'm gonna charge with Abelard down. Heinrix will deal with Gunner. Hey, Dira, I forgot I had Dira.
Not this Scryer's.
Yeah, I can't. Okay.
Anything else?
Of course, it's a mess. She's useless. Brum.
Victory is imminent. I took care of this one. It will be done.
No, there's more. The flying fuck.
Everyone, step aside. I won't object to it. Only Holy terror.
Shit,
Smite your
Heinrix.
enemies.
Holy shit, Heinrix. That's good enough. Argentina.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Reach. Ready, go.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
And Pasqal's crazy. If I try to move through that, I get scorched. I can't. Leave it be. Can't.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. No matter the cost.
Trigger that momentum. You know what's the time. Brrrm.
At your beck and call.
Easy.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Objectives.
If such is the Emperor's will. Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Mind Scrambler Grenade. Perplexed. Enemies can attack. And a Psyker Step. A multitude of symbols are carved into normal generated. They're the foundational doctrine beliefs of the Electro Priest religion. Standing out among them is the triumph of reason over all other facets of human nature. Triumph of reason.
Unexpectedly so.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
This explorator is blessed with
Fine.
multifunctionality.
Awareness.
That wasn't so difficult.
These dead heretics are suspiciously different from the others. The symbols on their clothes are drawn wrongly, and standard issue military uniforms showed through the blasphemous tattoos. Bodies of careless cultists have been thoroughly fried by an arc of
None
multi
shall
force.
stand in my way.
Przyjmę bre. Be right back in 20 seconds. Be an hour in. Now, where were we?
A new challenge for me? Victory awaits.
Now what? Holy shit, how many of you are there? A crowd of cultists has surrounded the tech priest crucified upon a mechanism. The rhythmic whispers, repeated by 100 voices, blend into some blasphemous enchantment. Powerful discharges of the motive force run through the machine, causing the unfortunate prisoner body to convulse, brutally enforcing woeful cries of pain from his lips. The tech priest's hoarse voice echoes under the ceiling. In the clenched claws of stagnation and the shackles of iteration 0 under the iron wing, let the cycle be discontinued. Pasqal's merchandise spring into combat mode instantly, and a dreadful rattle comes from his wax. I'm registering a severe violation of the purity protocol. The blessed Amarnath has been captured by heretics and is being tortured. Inspect the hall. Heretics have taken up positions everywhere, and many more are doubtlessly hiding in the passages leading out of the hall. For now, they're all focus of the sacrilegious torture of the tech priest and aren't noticing you. How is he bearing this torture? A devotee of the Omnissiah is capable of withstanding great bodily torment with no loss of functionality. But where flesh reinforced with sacred iron will persevere, the purity of spirit may perish. I hypothesize that the heretics have made the blessed Amarnath a participant in some variety of sacrilegious ritual. Through sacrilegious torture, they're trying to break his will and turn him into an unholy terminal with which to control the reactor's outer power circuit system. Are you sure he's Amarnath? Confirmed. Did not observe his face. I recognize his words. Let the cycle be discontinued is the blessed Amarnath's motto. We must save the venerable tech priest without risking his life. We can use the blasphemer's clothing for disguise. Unrecognized, we can sabotage the power units, overloading them and thus cleansing the whole of heretics. The lightning discharges have charred the cultist corpses. Whiffs of smoke are rising from their empty eye sockets, whose contents have evaporated. Their clothes, covering the blood of innocents, are crudely painted over the emblems of the archenemy, which exude the repulsive air of soul decay. I shudder with disgust at the mere thought of having to touch garments with unholy symbols, let alone put them on. This is the first step to a fall, a small resignation to evil that will lead to a big one. Is there no other way, rogue trader? The signs of the archenemy are not just painted symbols, but conductors of its will. The words of their prayers, even spoken without faith, their coats of arms, even deceitfully worn. All this increases the presence of the ruinous powers near you and draws their corrupting attention. What is the essence of your plan? Uttering a litany of actuation for the power units from the Luminodeacon's command throne will direct the motive force created by the blessed reactor into the hole. Distribution servitor is keeping its output within the set perimeters, but upon receiving an order to increase its peak values, I will turn this place into an electric trap. The safety system protecting the hole is controlled from the machine altar, which must be disabled. If all these operations are performed, I can guarantee that not a single blasphemer will survive the wrath of Omnissiah that will be unleashed upon this place. Hereticus laugh. I'm even curious what it's like to walk in a heretic shoes. Imperialis. I will not allow corruption to touch you. We will vest ourselves in faith and kill every last traitor to the Golden Throne. Are you suggesting we pass on the chance to kill them all with our own hands? Forget it, I'm not missing out on the fun. Benevolentia. I will don a cultist garb. Now we go with Imperialis now. I will not allow corruption to touch you. Another desperate scream rends the air. So be it, may the Omnissiah protect the blessed Amarnath in the coming battle. Death to the blasphemers.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Where is Amarnath? Where Is this approach from behind the sniper, but we need a code to pass through that fucking shit. How am I supposed to know the code, man? Ooh, you irritate me now. Check among recent looted items, maybe there's some info. How come Pasqal doesn't know those codes, man? He should know.
It's about time.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Multitude of symbols are carved into the enormous generator. Realize they're the foundational doctrinal beliefs of the Electro-Priest religion. Standing out among them is the triumph of reason over all other facets of human nature. Has to be for the puzzle. Now, get back.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Follow my lead.
Do you see that?
Importance.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Charges spread like a river.
A new challenge for me?
Wire junctions are marked with a symbol of a key that appears to connect two lines. Junctions often marked.
Victory awaits!
Machine spirits in the way of diagnostic divination. Circular cogitate. Operational will only respond to special command that you don't know.
None shall stand in my way.
Yes. How am I supposed to know? Chant with me, let us sing this canticle too. The mighty reactor that performed the sacrament of fusion. We're still close to you, let us fill our souls with gratitude toward you. The arcane key that closes the circuit. The faultless soul, the mortal body and the mechanisms thereof, the blessed fate. This is nearly impossible, okay? Like, how am I supposed to know? There's no info, there's nothing. Reason over humanity, some river and the key lines. Blow it through veins of copper. You know when I'll get this right? Never. You get the fuck out. And that should move this, I guess. I don't know. I just don't know. Right, we go. We whack those cultists. Fuck it all. Shit.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Imperialis.
Victory awaits. Submit and you'll die quickly.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
God help me now. Torture Tech Priest. Holy 23! There's 23 of them! 23!
Quest approved.
Just a minor setback.
What happened with the priest? He disappeared. Oh my, what happened? Is it a bug?
It will be done. Victory is imminent. That's not the Seneschal's job. It will be done.
I'm enraged.
Oh shit.
Get me a target. Naturally. For the throne's glory.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Argenta.
I'll do it.
What's the fight?
Doubt is for the weak.
It's the gunner. Pasqal Heinrix.
Will do.
Hey shit, you need to hit. There is no room for bullshit.
I need a foothold.
That's how it's done.
As the Emperor commands.
That's how it's done.
Suits my purposes.
My faith shields me.
It's way too risky to go with the skull.
My vow is to serve. Your blood will flow! High momentum.
So fucking many.
Reduce to dust. At your beck and call. What for you a target?
Lead.
For von Valancius! My place is at the hall. It will be done.
Good.
Someone else can do this.
Was good.
Pathetically sound approach.
Well. Got them in here. 13 left. Now, the one that matters here is Heinrix.
The Emperor is on
Let's
Earth.
collect.
I'm done with this one.
Give it a shot.
Let's see to it.
Holy. Oh my. Did I just poisoned the tech priest. I hope he won't die. Holy fuck with this Xenos tech. Like, come on, I shot the tech priest.
I will
Yo.
lead this battlefield in righteous fury.
Argentina. What is this shit? Oh. That needs to get fixed.
None can escape the Emperor's justice.
She's so fucking great. Yeah, I don't have words for her. Like, I literally don't have words for her.
I'll do it.
Why are you not there? I told you to dash here.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Try to take
Man, she's crazy. 5 left only, eh? Like, let's test. I want you dash
As
there.
the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Everyone, step aside.
Anything else?
Hey, bug. Today. Don't bug now. No. Please, come on. I know you can play. Come on. He got stuck. He wants to pass, he got stuck. I'll wait for like 30 more seconds, then I need to repeat the fight. Long fight, repeat. Very long. It was great. I really cleared them out fast. It was great.
I'll lay claim to the stars. Heed your cries of mercy.
It was literally great. Do the same thing. Now they got the initiative. Damn, I put Abelard up there instead of Argenta.
Doubt is for the weak.
Holy fuck, now she got stuck. One on top of another. Buggy this point. Or I'm unlucky. One out of those two.
None shall stand in my way. Take a knee and bow before me.
Your Emperor won't save you!
I'm risking Pasqal to get whacked. That Abelard and 2 units, then I can extract Pasqal out. Okay, let's do it with Pasqal then. Since they're offering, why not?
Running by now is significant value. Your Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
At your beck and call. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I took care of this one.
Great sworn enemy triggered. Will you though? Let me see.
Reduce the dust.
You will. Dutch King, Perry King. Attack of Opportunity King.
But of course.
Put all of the buffs on Abelard, he needs to sustain this.
Or anything else?
Jesus. Jesus Christ.
Get me a target. Naturally.
Told you to throw him out. No, man, no, that's still upside down. We take the power weapon. Shoot it.
Let's see to it.
Holy. That's way too funny with this. Argenta plays. Finally. That's way to use it to skip. I'll try.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Eradicated.
There goes the head.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Nothing I can't do.
Doubt is for the weak.
There goes another one.
I'll do it.
Shit. High momentum.
My tactics are flawless. I am fear incarnate.
Let's go up alert.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. I took care of this one.
Sick.
Suits my purposes.
I need a foothold.
Already done.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Request denied. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Request approved. The Messiah condemns you.
One's kneeling.
Follow my lead.
I wasn't expecting that, to be honest.
On it. Gone.
Good job. Oh, now they show. They show after the escape.
The Emperor is on our side. For the throne's glory, be gone. But of course, Lord Captain, your reckoning is due. I'll see our foes obliterated. I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Let's see to it.
Jesus Christ, Heinrix, are you crazy or what?
I'm done with this one.
Completely crazy, man.
Everyone, step
If
aside.
you decide to move, you get whacked. Argenta. One remains, eh? My kill. I can score one kill as a support too.
All too easy.
Supporting them.
Follow my lead.
Amarna. What on earth just happened? Talk to the rescue. He's rescued. Okay. Beast. So, what is this?
I won't
Distribution serum.
tolerate weakness.
Oh, it disappeared. Safety system. Well, we got Heinrix.
It's about
We did
time.
Pasqal's Quest.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
How did they drop that though? That's weird.
Victory awaits! None shall stand in my way.
Operation successful.
Useful. Good it all. preset Amarnath free. In the preset cycles, there lurks a flaw of worship. The tech priest body convulses, pained, plaintive creaks of binary prayers come from his vox. As moments pass, the signal becomes less and less clear, as though something twisted and wrong were being admixed to it. Pasqal studies tech priest's face carefully. His vox system moans in a tragic vibrato. Subject unidentified. This is not the blessed Amarnath, stranger. I request your name. How do you know my mentor's motto? Inspect the tech priest. There are deep burns all over his flesh, and the skin around his augmetics is charred. Blasphemous spells have been scratched into his sacred iron, forming unholy litanies of scrap code. It's amazing how robust the tech priest's life support systems have proven to be in maintaining the spark of life in his grievously wounded body. Who is this Pasqal? The subject has not been identified and has no record in my catalog. Interrogation is impossible to the subject's evident affective state of clouded consciousness. Who are you, servant of the Omnissiah? Fire of the heart sent for sparks. The name of the spark is Abel, Hanuman. He looks over at Pasqal for a brief moment. His speech becomes clear. The echo of my call has reached you good. Iteration is at its end. The design is fulfilled. What design? Why are you calling yourself by my name? Was it you who summoned me to Raikad Minoris? What for? Categorically request an answer. The voice from Pasqal's voice. Voice box, I guess. Voice from Pasqal's voice. Voice box. This to an intimidating howl, but the delirious tech priest doesn't seem to understand what he's saying. How did you kill this heretics? What technology did you use? Existence. He has worn thin and threadbare. Eschatos. He has discounted the cycle. Eschatos. That word does not appear in my catalog, but I'm informed of its existence. Perhaps it occurred in the Blessed Amarnath ceremonies. I must consult my notes. Try to take him down. As soon as you touch the tech priest's battered flesh, he shifts his gaze to you and says with sudden clarity, many sparks have gone out, but not all. The electric shepherds are alive. In the darkness I heard their prayers. Find them, save them, recite the hymn. Or contact circuit restoration that you may behold what is hidden. A charge of motive force runs down the tech priest's body, and his face is contorted in a grimace of mockery. Malformed binary code, repulsive jarring of the ears, pours out of his wax. Information archived to the effect that the circuit restoration hymn is the entrance password to the Electro Priest's hiding place. Pasqal responds with the door rhythms of contained area. I note with great sorrow that the cultist ritual has been partially successful. My tech brother has been tainted by corruption. He is in the grip of schematical and unholy imitation of machine spirit. I request immediate activation of the exorcism protocol. What is schismatical? An ugly mockery of a noble machine spirit created by the warp. Sometimes a few lines of despicable scrap code or a small clump of motive force falls under the archenemy's influence and degenerates into an abomination of this sort. One whose very existence is an insult to the Omnissiah's wisdom. Grant the Emperor's peace to the tech priest. Let that which was touched by corruption be eradicated. As mangled as it is, the tech priest's body is still clinging to life. It takes several blows to end his corruption-tainted existence, but even after that, a repulsive jiggle is heard over the static from his vox. Pasqal Mechandrite touches the dead man's head carefully, grips his neural augmentic in its claw and extracts it from its socket with the utmost care. The bones of the skull crack dryly, and brain matter taints the sacred metal. Rest in purity, tech brother. The knowledge you have attained through your efforts will be preserved and purified. Lord Captain, the Omnissiah commends a pious mind to strive toward uncovering the truth. Therefore, I will not stop until I find my mentor and understand his connection to this servant of the machine god. I request the privilege of joining your retinue in the full capacity of a companion. I can offer to fulfill the duties of the Engineseer on your ship in exchange for the right to follow you and conduct my own investigation. All we need now is a crew. We got the Engineseer, we got a navigator, now just to replace missing crew members.
A new challenge for me?
Now how on earth to activate this hidden compartment here and figure out what's happening? Lord Captain knows the entrance to the monk's hiding place located near the circulator cogitator can be opened by a decryptor prayer. Find the servant decryptor prayer. What prayer? What? Did I receive that decryptor prayer? My inventory is bugged. Decryptor prayer. What decryptor prayer, man? According to the acquired data, sacred reactor is hidden in the depths of the temple complex captured by the rebels. Only protecting the relic's control panels from the heretics will ensure its safety. The entrance to the monk's hiding place located near the circular cogitator can be opened by a decryptor prayer. Data altar of sacred analysis.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Circulator cogitator. Accepts the conduit circuit and the door opens. Dahr-Impulse VI and the Electro Priests. Go! A shortish, muscular man wearing the scarlet colors of the priesthood of Mars steps into your path. The wrinkles on his cheeks and brow point to his propensity for frequent outbursts of fierce anger. But right now he's showing no signs of aggression. Glowing blue patterns of electric tattoos or electus show through his oddly bluish tinted skin. The man's eye sockets are dark and empty, yet he turns his face straight toward you with no hesitation. He has a sharp, screeching voice, not like a bird's cawing. May the charge of the Omnissiah's mercy persist in the hands of the faithful. May the motive force persist in their batteries. Make a sign of the Aquila. The Emperor protects another blind heretic to battle. I, Rogue Trader, declare this monastery to be under my protection. Make a sign of the Aquila. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobium admits you, Pilgrim. I am Dahr-Impulse VI, a servant of the motive force and a praetor electoid of the sacred monastery. Pasqal bows down humbly before the man. A trill of binary signals comes from his vox, to which the praetor responds with a dignified gesture of blessing. Pasqal turns to you and says, the rank of praetor electoid is a sign of high standing within the electo priesthood fraternity. The audience we have been granted is a great honor. Why are you calling me Pilgrim? Only those lay people who desire to experience the motive force are allowed to cross the monastery's threshold. All other are profaners and criminals. You do not belong to the fraternity of electro priests, but your intentions are good. If you're not seeking the Omnissiah's wisdom, then it was the motive force itself that brought you here, that you might receive it. What happened here and how did you manage to survive? When the heretics descended in droves upon the Cenobium, we gave battle. but the unholy foes buried the Omniscience warriors under a mess of their bodies, thus extinguishing the defender's sparks of purity. It was then that I ordered my few surviving brethren to retreat into the monastery's secret chambers. Upon taking our refuge there, we began to destroy the blasphemous intruders in superstitious ways, I guess. Surreptitious ways. Whatever. Alas, as furious as my brethren's anger was, I had no right to permit them to die in honest combat, for the task of taking back our abode would fall to us and none else. The leader of the heretics fought his way into the dark wherein dwells the miraculous fusion reactor. He's trying to desecrate the rite of operation with his unholy litanies so that the relic may be corrupted and the world of Rykad Minoris may perish in the fount of fire. But my brethren, in their magnetic meditation, are hampering his efforts by chanting access request prayer in unison, thereby surpassing the commands that the blasphemers enter. This holy place will be protected against sacrilegious practices, I swear it. In the monastery, I was attacked by people who looked like electro priests. That is a lamentable mistake. We knew of no help that was on its way, and were not expecting to encounter any allies in the monastery's chambers. But I see that you're alive, and I mourn the senseless deaths of my brethren. Let's reclaim the monastery. I cannot allow this. The laymen are forbidden from visiting the monastery, and only the select are allowed to behold the Ark and the relic within. You and your retinue are pilgrims of a special status granted to you by the Emperor. However, should any soldier unblessed by the Omniscience cross this monastery threshold, I will deem them a heretic and have them put to death. Confirmed, the presence of lay people of monastery grounds without the praetor electoid blessing will be regarded as sacrilegious violation of the holy rite of operation. Heinrix opens his mouth for a second to say something, but changes his mind and quietly clears his throat instead. Sure, better to die protecting their lumens and coil than to accept help from unworthies, and we're left to deal with this mess as usual. You made the right decision when you chose to avoid combat and save yourselves. Thank you, Pilgrim. It was not easy watching unholy intruders stampede through the chambers of my temple. We all envied our brethren who had fallen before the sacrilege began. Dahr-Impulse VI. It was to you, was it not, that Logi Sable came seeking an interpretation of his data trance? Yes, Tech Brother Abel arrived here to engage in magnetic meditation that would help clarify his visions. Unfortunately, the heretics' machinations prevented us from completing the ritual. The esteemed Logis volunteered his help in defending the monastery, but contact with him was lost soon afterward. Tell me more about Lord Sable. We did not speak to each other much. He preferred to devote his time to solitary reflections in his chapel. The Omniscience had given Tech Brother Abel a gift of great acumen, which allowed him to discern each individual facet of existence rather than overall view. That made his logic different from that of the other people. His mind was always able to combine facts and conclusions into harmonious wholes that were nothing short of beautiful. Many among my flock found his sermons poetic. What kinds of visions did he get? The Omniscience revelation was encrypted with great meticulousness, which speaks to its great importance. Grasping it fully, it's beyond my ability, but a single touch was enough for me to realize the enormity of the secret concealed within. Or more exactly, the secret design, which was how Tech Brother Abel referred to it. Certain evidence his mind has discerned in the world was pointing to a major withholding of information, the nature of which he wished to comprehend. Logis Abel is dead. Sad news indeed. Tech Brother Abel was chosen by the Omniscience to be a comprehender of great mysteries. May his spirit motive force come into being anew in the fount of miraculous fusion reactor. Who are you? the hard-working servants and dwellers of the Cenobium, electro-priests of Adeptus Mechanicus. Corpus Cari did us great honor by entrusting into our care the sacred relic around which the hallowed electrodynamic Cenobian had built. What precisely do you believe in? We have devoted ourselves to worship of that aspect of the machine god which is known as the motive force. This blessed divine spark that creates a dynamic in the universe, the Omnissiah, in his mercy gave the world the gift of motive force, and we follow its impulses in order to increase it, bring it to lay people and protect it from unholy hands. A relic that this monastery protects provides the entire planet of Rykad Minoris with a blessed motive force, and we, unworthy though we are happy to serve the ancient machine that dwells in this place. Tell me more about your relic. It would be pointless to describe the miraculous fusion reactor. Only by beholding its ferocious power can one comprehend its blessed essence and fear the might of the Omnissiah. Its core was found 4,000 years ago and delivered to Rykad Minoris by the holy warrior of fate, Dahr-Impulse VI, during one of his campaigns. Sacred spark has not gone out for an instant, and the walls and power units in the Cenobian have been erected around the relic in order to protect it from ignorant lay people, as well as protect them from its formidable might. Pasqal kicks his solemn silence, but the quick clicking of Mechandrite's claw betrays his trepidation at being so close to the sacred archaeotech. You're not like other Adeptus Mechanicus I've met. Our fate imposes the duty of obedience on us. Every electro-priest is given numerous electues that combine in a blessed Volgai circuit, allowing feeble flesh to withstand the might of the motive force. That is why our skin glows with its light, and our eyes boil and melt when we're ordained. The Omnissiah's tears is what we call this phenomenon, this dying away of unworthy flesh. As we shun the layperson primitive means of looking at the world, we gain the ability to sense the motive force around us with our entire bodies. I would like to go to the holy reactor. The Ark is hidden from pilgrims' eyes. Considering the extraordinary circumstances of your visit to this monastery, I grant you the right. Go to the Ark and experience the motive force, pilgrim. We'll pray to the security systems that they may refrain from punishing you for your intrusion. May the Messiah charge persist in the batteries of the faith. And I still don't know what the password is for that computer down there. It can be anything, man. Anything.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
What the fuck is gonna do? I'm dead curious though. This is something. Cenobium password test. I'll check it out. Probably off stream. I'll try to resolve this so I don't waste time right now. I mean stream, it's recording. I'm so used to streaming that I don't even know that I record right now. Into the bowels of the monastery. Let's see how big the map is.
Victory awaits.
Bowels of the monastery. Now what? Could it be a boss? What are you? Who's this? That's Aurora. The face of a woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barred mask, yet the voice pouring out of the mask belongs to someone else, a husky somber bass or a void wolf, order of ships. How predictable your path is. how static all the possible deaths you have skirted, only to perish here in the fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. Silence, heretic, you crazed preaching will not touch my mind. Is that how reliant you are on your blindness? Do you think it will protect you from the blinding radiance of the truth? The woman's voice breaks and shifts to a different pitch and timbre. A martyr's voice, young, fervent and in pain. Time has all but run out. I can hear the fist of the future bang on the door of the present. Choose quickly who you want to be when it walks in. A blind slave to what is gone, a faithful servant to what is to come, or a dead man. I will take some time to wrest from you the details of the future that the cult prophesizes. Hopefully when we're done, what's left of you will still be capable of coherent speech. You will meet him like a living torch blazing for his glory. The sister of battle voice burns with pure hatred and trembles with impatience to make the promise come true. Who are you? My name is known to you. I'm Aurora, servant of Uralon the Cruel. Uralon the Cruel appears at the end of chapter 2 in early alpha, and that's where it ended. In the spark of the final dawn that is destined to set Reich and Minoris ablaze, they wanna destroy the entire fucking planet. A great path for one who was born into Imperium bondage but shunned her predestination in favor of the changes promised by the edge of daybreak. Is Uralon a demon or just another heretic? Your flippancy is so amusing. Why you have no inkling of the size of the chasm separating us? He is a prophet who foresaw our impending doom and has graciously bestowed upon us the right to choose a different path. He is a shard of ancient wisdom from a time before we were slaves to our bitter predestination. Rogue trader, I can't wait to close this creature's mouth with a seal of death. Or are you saving this glorious deed for yourself? The edge of daybreak is that your unholy patron, our teacher, our savior, a merciful God born in the materium out of the woes of those laboring under a legacy of ignorance and servitude. You can't see the woman's face behind her mask, but judging by her tone of malicious triumph, you could swear she's smiling, and he remembers you. The silly savior fantasy you act out only amuses the true masters of those people's fates. So what is the final dawn? Salvation from a death whose name is yet unknown, but whose approach is sensed by many. Soon it will claim every inhabitant of Coronos expanse. Do you think anyone will come to our aid when the cataclysms shake our homes and planet-wide genocides are unleashed? Will the Emperor help, or the idol of iron they call the Messiah? No, we will die alone and abandoned. Only one deity is promising salvation, the edge of daybreak. Mercy and salvation will come to all who believe in him and purify their souls in the light of the final dawn. What servitude are you talking about? Everyone born in the Imperium has a predestination. The soldier, the commoner, the administratorum official, the technomat, the void rat. All are consigned to serving the golden throne and then dying a grim death for his glory. The Imperium never thinks twice about threatening people as exploitable and expendable. After all, they're the most easily replenished of all resources. Even your path is predestined, rogue trader. You will inevitably perish on your quest to expand humanity's domain, and your end will be particularly grim and ghastly. The fruits of your efforts will be enjoyed by others, the eternal aristocrats who dwell on Mars, Terra, and other safe worlds. They insist that it's a natural order of things, but that's a lie. It's an order of things that benefits them. Why are you blinding people? Do you think they're blind? They see far more than you do. There are reflections in mirrors blessed by the energies of immaterial. The edge of daybreak reveals to them visions of true existence and gives them gleams of what is to come. The eyes lie. Our erstwhile owners had taught them to see only what was consistent with the lies they told. The gift we give is that of a true vision. She produces a glass prism from between the folds of her clothes and looks at you through it with a mocking chuckle. The prism blue and pink sheen imprints itself on your retinas as though burned into them. Guess what I see when I look at you? In that case, you should consider losing the eyes too, sister, because your visions are all wrong. My whispers are telling me something completely different about who dies here and how. I won't spoil the surprise, so let's just say it will come as quite a shock to you. I think it's enough with this heretical talk. Why did your people wanted my head? Brother Twilight, known to you as Kunrad, marked you as target. Your foiling of his plans sealed your death warrant. It is now a predestined certainty that changes can no longer affect. Are you trying to blow up the reactor? Lighting the spark of the final dawn. Sometimes the future revealed in the edge of daybreak visions is fragmented between the facets of possibility and the view is unclear. I gleaned the importance of this place for what is to come, and I solved the puzzle. The flesh of purity will transform this world and bring it closer to the materium in which it will be reborn. False believers will perish in fire, while the faithful will find their salvation in their new form. You will never tame the spirit of this ancient and noble machine in Longplay, woman. It does have a vile temper, but I have assistants who can help tame it. She nods towards maimed electro priests. One of the servants of the Messiah casts a tortured glance at you. His voice is trembling with horror. Blasphemous spirits will crawl under our skin and eat our sacred item. Take the motive force of our bodies, I implore you. We do not wish to offend your Messiah with the sacrileges our hands are committing. They resisted for a long time, but now their bodies and souls belong to the schematicals. Line after line, the junk code they produce will awaken the reactor's unyielding spirit as well, and you too will yearn for change and freedom. This is when I use benevolencia. Enough, I will redirect on Minoris of your tyranny. The electro-priests tear their hands away from the command panels, rending their flesh of the stakes that pierce them. As their schematical control bodies are imbued with the motive force radiance, all the unfortunates can do is cry out in horror and plead for a swift death. Aurora starts to recite an unholy written in broken Gothic. Willpower check succeeded. You can't make out her blasphemous word, but the name the heretic keeps repeating. The edge of daybreak digs into your hearing like a blade in defenseless flesh. The sound of it is almost physically painful. It spawns strange and impossible phantoms in your mind. How will you manage to master your strength and banish it from your mind?
Submit, and you'll die quickly.
Everybody go. She's invulnerable. My personal guess, we need to kill all of the electro priests and then she's gonna be vulnerable. In that case, and I guess we need to hurry, so 3 go to the left, 3 to the right. I go where Argenta is. And Heinrix can go with us. Idira, Abelard and Pasqal. They are a bit slower, but that's the way. Let's roll. I gotta play first. Yo, why me?
Nothing I can't do.
How did I roll that initiative?
As the Emperor commands, eradicated.
Got the toughest one.
Problem for me.
I need a foothold.
Heinrix. Buff him up. All is fine. Fighter. Now see fighters.
Indeed. I'm not interested. At your beck and call.
Two rounds until the reactor's explosion. What? You mean 2 rounds until the reactor's explosion? Shut their own, thank God. You're wild.
Strike is a prayer.
That had better not be
No!
intentional.
I shot Heinrix. Yo. Well, then Argenta hurts.
I will not.
Hurts.
The Emperor is on our side. Naturally. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
Pascalino.
Advancing. Running binary override.
They who discern the future on the battlefield. But of course. Was it you? Or...
For the throne's glory. Let's see to it. Someone's death wish is mine to grant. Naturally. But of course, Lord Captain.
Let's see how they respond to this. I don't have time for this. Absolutely not. Nothing I can't do.
Jesus, don't miss on 85, come on.
I will do my duty. At your beck and call. Brace yourself, Abelard.
See my great works!
Guided by faith! I'll do it. Eradicated.
Okay, okay. So lag. Got scared for a second.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Let's see to it. This one.
He died, but this remained. No, I don't have charge. Shit.
For the throne's glory, the Inquisition sends their regards.
Rounds to the reactor's explosion. 3. You gain rounds as you kill the priests. Don't drop Pasqal. Oh, double trouble. 5 rounds until the explosion. I could heal up. Don't wanna die.
Integrity factor increased.
Very good. Mort. I think there's one left.
Will do. On it. But of course.
I won't go.
Your blood will flow!
Hand in hand.
Kill each other.
Suits my purposes.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. I refuse.
Oh shit.
Losing me was your biggest mistake.
A tactically sound approach.
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my.
Victory is imminent.
Yes, bit.
One fewer target. Indeed.
What happens when I kill them all?
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
I don't wanna run behind.
Get me a target.
Still are dead.
Request approved. Running binary override.
That's a precise attack, my ass.
Anything else?
I'm amended.
Never wavered in the face of adversity. Nothing I can't do. Not a problem for me.
As the Emperor commands.
Good job. You barely left on 1 HP, but still, good job. That's it. Enough. Now an aged voice speaks to you from behind a bloodstained mask. You're powerless to hold the approach of what is to come. I see the glow of the final dawn, and that means existence has made its choice. The dagger flashes in Aurora's hands. She runs it forcefully into the control panel. Now you will see it too. What have you done? A blinding voltaic arc bursts forth from the broken dashboard and strikes at Aurora's uncanny mask. Its metal hits up, smoke billows through the bars. With a howl, the cultist collapses on the floor. The light is gone. Was that it? The final dawn? But why so different from how our teacher had promised it would happen? Aurora turns her head about blindly. Her voice is now the voice of a common middle-aged woman, frightened and pained. You will pay for this. You will. The woman's body goes limp and collapses on the floor. Her iron mask hits the floor with a dull thud. The heretic took her secrets with her. Too bad. I said it would come as a shock to her, didn't I? Her eyes literally sparkled with astonishment. That said, my friends from behind the door won't calm down. They keep sneering and yelping as if the joke's on us and not on her. A minute, please. I need no more than a minute. Lord Xenos. Inspect the dashboard damaged by Aurora. Hell. Same weapon as Kunrad's on a void ship. You lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together. Heinrix, take a look over here. Is this by any chance what you're looking for? Does the shard into the depths of the reactor. Benevolence. Oh, what now? I can give him that. Or I can toss the shard. We give this to Heinrix, very honest. He raises his head, gets up, and makes a wry face as he carefully examines Aurora's weapon. This unholy object is the work of human hands, and judging by the cold, I'm feeling it's also a tool of the arch-enemy. I'm most grateful for your vigilance. He takes a strange shard out of the dashboard and studies it for a few seconds, curious. Puts away the corrupted object, turns to you. Rogue trader, on the behalf of Holy Orders, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from requisition. From this moment on, I'm at your service. I'm ready to come aboard your ship and head for Footfall as soon as you deem it possible. That is, of course, unless you have other business in the system, in which case I'm prepared to assist you in its prompt resolution. Remove Aurora's mask. The heretic's iron helmet is baked firmly into her flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in the darkness behind the bars of her mask, but after peering into it for a little longer than necessary, you wonder if, for a moment there, you saw something move. Let's finish. Execute and let the Omnissiah given motive force flow and all obstacles in its path be eradicated. And we leveled up. And I believe we are about to start with chapter 2 very soon. It requires conviction heretics. Blasphemous prison. If you look through it long enough, your visions begin to deceive your mind, showing you what could be instead of what is. Avengers gauntlets. Destined to take a revenge over the enemies, attacks of opportunity deals int bonus damage.
None shall stand in my
Pasqal.
way.
Number 1.
I won't tolerate.
Now let us see if there are any secrets just to move around fast. But I doubt. But to be told, I doubt. Believe it or not, I think that's all there is with chapter 1.
New challenge for me?
I expected some huge freaking creatures, some monsters, some chaos spawn to emerge, so we can have a proper fight.
Victory awaits.
Nah, fuck it. I guess that's gonna wait for chapter 2. Level up. This would be level 11, level 12. Leader. Increase resolve. Carouse. Apply. Pasqal. While in cover, you gain it all. Increase target's dodge, parry, and armor. Little bit of sniping. It doesn't matter, to be honest, in Spade. I'll make it far better for the full release, and the game is gonna change also. Till then. Lore the medikit. Apply. Heinrix. You will go with weapon skill. And you will go with athletics. Apply. Novel art. You will go with weapon skill. And you will go with athletics. Apply. Easy level this one. Adept. AoE dodge. Foreboding. Nah, I'm gonna go with foreboding. Try the AoE dodge for the entire team. And here we can go with awareness. Now we're gonna go with logic. And Argentina will go with ethics, of course. We just need her to kill and nothing else. Awareness, detection, and killing. That's her job. Let's roll.
It's about time.
What are you all doing now? The hallowed electrodynamic Cenobian greets its savior. Great savior, but what do you do with this fucking thing over here? It probably gives some cool item or so. Only one who's learned the pot. Our Cenobium is worthy of its gifts. Walk the path of enlightened, absorb their age-old wisdom, and sing with me again. Walk path of enlightened. You know what it could be? I need to get whacked by electricity.
I won't tolerate weakness.
You know that it could be that. I'm gonna go and check it out. I believe I need to get whacked. And then do something. Let me see. Electro-priest damage the multi-force circuits to purpose to turn them into a trap.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Damage is negligible.
Just a minor setback.
Okay, I received that path of enlightenment. That looks like it. And now there's nothing again. Like, how am I supposed to know? I tried them. I'll figure it out. I'm way too freaking tired right now. I just want to finish with this act. I can leave something for the full release also. Wait.
Follow my lead.
What's this?
I won't tolerate weakness.
Focus, Van Cullums.
An expected result.
The triumph of reason over all other facets of human nature. It's the only clue that I've seen that just doesn't do shit for me right now. Walksmaster Engineseer, congratulations on the victory, your lordship. The entire vessel was impatiently waiting for the news of your expedition's success. The rumors about you not simply saving the tech priest monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny are spreading like wildfire. The Vox transmissions from across the world speak of nothing else. Would you like to fly out to the governor immediately, or do you have other business to attend to? I'm flying to the governor right now. Good journey. From the governor we get the crew. Pasqal is the Engineseer. Cassia is the navigator. And off we fucking go to chapter 2. Just to grab the crew.
None shall stand in my way.
Governor Medineh. I can't express how grateful I am for your assistance. Now that insidious heretics' designs have been utterly frustrated, nothing standing in the way of my plans of yours. With Aurora dead, support for the insurgency is waning. Entire squads of rebels have surrendered. We're seeing the final days of the uprising. Already signed the order to give you 2,000 first-rate Voidfarers. Their transfer to your ship will begin any minute now. I would also like to honor the saver Rykad Minoris and have already given the order to prepare a festivity in your honor. We will mark your victory with an ancient custom, the Triumph. You will drive through the city streets with a guard of honor, as befits a hero who has vanquished the Imperium's enemies, while your trophies will be displayed to the jubilant crowds. Let me know when you conclude your business in this system and are ready. Oh, for Grach's sakes, what the hell's Lord Captain? Can't see a thing, only darkness, pitch darkness. Idira shrieks and blindly fills the air in front of her with her hands. Are you being facetious, ma'am? He chuckles nervously and pitches with his collar. Idira, are you wounded? Nah, quite fine. The darkness, it's in my head, I'm not blind. On the contrary, I see it, and it's the only thing I see. No idea what that means, but the whole thing stinks. I don't like the look of it slightly. There we go, it's gone. Perhaps you've been through a lot of stress, ma'am. All this shooting everywhere. The Maim and the Medineh people. The insurgents. Small wonder your vision went dim. It's alright. The festivities will distract you a little. You'll be fine and dandy again. I'm ready. Excellent. We'll see each other at the square. Light in the Star Thoroughfare.
A new challenge
For the festivity of triumph. Star Thoroughfare. Master of Ceremonies. Officers. Master of Ceremonies. Your Lordship, Peerless Lord von Valancius, I'm the Master of Ceremonies on Rykad Minoris. Everything is in place for your triumph. Allow me to give you a brief summary of the upcoming event. Speak. You will take the road now familiar to you from here to the Celestial Harbor. You will be accompanied by your comrades in arms and a guard of honor. The body of the heretic known as the Prophet Aurora will be pulled in your wake as a battle trophy. A stop is planned in the middle of the road. There, grateful citizens will rush toward you, praising you for their salvation. Have no worries, this is a thoroughly choreographed interlude. All of the grateful people will be loyal citizens vetted by us, members of the military, young people attractive and physically fit, a few healthy children. Once they have said their praise, the procession will move on. Governor Medineh will await you by the Celestial Harbor. It's also where the pyre has been built for burning the body of the heretic known as Aurora. You will be handed a flamethrower blessed by a representative of Ecclesiarchy. You can choose to personally perform the burning, but if you wish to underscore the amicable alliance between House von Valancius and House Winterscale, it will be fitting to pass the honor of the burning to Governor Medineh. Either way, the choice is yours. This is disgusting. I don't want to stage show of gratitude. Allow the ordinary people of Rykad Minoris to speak to me or skip that farce altogether. My goodness, your lordship. No thought could be further from my mind than curing your anger. Let the ordinary people through, you say. I'll see what can be done. Let's see.
Follow my lead.
Mount the tank and commence the triumphant march. You are shitting me. Too bad I can't zoom out like at least twice from here to see the entire scale, how it looks like. What's this?
Weakness.
Surrounded by evil repelling emblems, this is Aurora's corpse. It's like a tiny island of gloom amid the glorious ocean of your upcoming triumph. The governor's people must have put a lot of work into protecting the body from decay and sewing up the grim iron face mask. The dead prophet is the weary, unremarkable face of an utterly nondescript commoner. The only regularity in her appearance are the many tiny mouths of her cheeks and forehead. They have been painstakingly sealed shut with a thick thread and plastered over with a layer of face powder. The mascara transforms the heretic's face into an uncanny mask. The corner of her mouth is frozen, a hint of a grin, wryly repeated by her lesser mouths. Are you pleased, O enemy mine? The grin seems to ask. I won, and you perished along with your plans. I will hunt down all of your accomplices, whatever they may be, and they will all follow you into the fire. I wish I could learn your secrets, Aurora. You died too soon and never revealed them to me. I will hunt them all down and will drown them into fire. Not a sound comes in response, but as soon as you blink, the corner of the corpse's mouth seems to move upward by a hair's width, or is it just your imagination? Mount the thing. We'll see. Look at my skull in front of me. Thanks to victory. Hello, your lordship. Glory to you. Glory. A grateful citizen would like to present gifts to that redeemer. For whatever reason, you know for certain that right at this moment the gaze of Aurora's dead empty eye sockets is fixed upon the back of your head. A thought floats up, not a voice in your head, nothing like that, a mere thought. They're all going to die, befouled, never having seen the truth, and it's all because of you, O enemy mine. Greet the people. It's my pleasure to protect an Imperium world and its honest inhabitants. May the light of eternal Terra shine us all. Speak to the soldiers in the cordon. Stop the ceremony, take the people away. Something terrible is about to happen. Stop the ceremony, take the people away. Something terrible is about to happen. The soldiers in the cordon exchange perplexed glances, but their trained discipline prevails, and they turn toward the spectators, preparing to lead the crowd away. They're coming out of the darkness, they're stealing the light. The darkness is insatiable, and behind them, behind the thieves, an ineffable eye follows, watching. A grimace contours Heinrich's face. The interrogator lifts a hand to his temple, as though struck by a sudden migraine. What? Aurora, behold the final dawn. What a cluster. It still feels like a mini game in Prologue in Chapter 1, okay? Like the old CRPGs, you know, streamline and so on. Then on Chapter 2, the entire Coronus Expanse opens up and you can go wherever you please. But it's a long intro, okay? 20, 30 hours, basically. What happened? What's happening? What? Jesus Christ, what is this?
Take a knee and bow before me.
Surrender to the dark powers!
Gonna go back with absolutely everyone. And pray that you play first. Wipe them out from down here. I don't know what are these purple shits and what's gonna happen. Well, let's see. Where's Pasqal?
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Function successfully terminated.
That's the result.
Request approved.
Thank God that Moronicus dodged.
I will do my duty. Reduced to dust. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent.
Okay. I guess we're kinda good just to reallocate units. It's 14 left.
Already done.
Doubt is for the weak.
Start.
I'll do it.
Nothing I can't do.
Okay, these are the anointed. We need to kill the fire start.
Everyone, step aside. Naturally. Be gone.
Let me show you something. Jesus Christ, you can't miss with all.
High momentum.
What is this foreboding?
As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless. Each strike is a prayer. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Crazy Argenta.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. With a prayer.
6 left.
I'll do it.
Alright, missed. He just exploded, man. It's kamikaze. Leader. Didn't see him, man. They got a leader.
I won't go down easy.
Nice. Nice. You actually did something useful. Now what? Why do you get reinforcements? What is happening?
Scriptural prognosis is favorable. Significant value.
Eat shit. Can I close this? I don't know if I can close them. Should I enter this and close it out? How can I fucking tell? Or am I supposed to kill the cultist leader? There's a lot of them. Like, really a lot. I don't know if I should try and close. Can you? Do we need to wait a turn or what? I don't get it.
I took care of this one. Indeed. Reduced to dust. No matter the cost. Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I will do my duty. At your beck and call. Victory is imminent.
No, he
That's not the
dodged.
sensible job. Suits my purposes.
As the Emperor commands, I act. This is unacceptable. Doubt is for the weak.
Forge ahead. Not a problem for me. Suits my purposes.
I need a foothold. Let's see to it. I'm done with this one. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
I know what is to come. Will do. Well.
You're good.
What's it?
Was that you? Or... God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart!
The fire starter needs to die.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Scorn the pain.
Nice. Nice. They prove useful. Nice. Quest now.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Wanna pass through this. I'm not sure what am I supposed to do.
My place is at the fore. I shall not fear.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it.
High momentum.
All too easy. I'll bring glory to my bloodline.
As the Emperor commands, strike is a prayer.
That's good.
Doubt is for the weak.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I won't object to it.
I recognize you.
Now what? Lord, Captain, this is Waxmaster, please. Whatever. We're en route to the starport. Pull yourself together, Lady Class, and do not resist. It's a simple technique that will bring you relief. Friendly agents of the Inquisition make me so nervous. I'm not being friendly. What's happening is beyond normal cultist scheming. We can't afford to lose a single fighter. I shall fear nor darkness, for light is within me, the light of my faith in thee. I shall flee before no enemy, for there is no enemy more terrible than cowardice. I shall overpower it, Argenta prays aloud, all the while checking her equipment with her dead fingers. Less talk, more action. What big this saying, Lord Captain? Are they going to send a shuttle for us? Must move out toward the starport at once. The shuttles aren't going to find us here even if Comlink stabilizes, which it won't. We're en route. Starport, I get it. Starport to you too.
It's about time.
I should not loot them. I believe allowed to loot everyone. Now, should I explore the map or should I just straight up go for the eastern coast? What is this purple shit everywhere? What the fuck? You didn't allow me to loot. wait. I need to loot. Usually when you transfer the map, it gives you an option to loot. Now I need to go on foot and loot it all. Shit. But whatever. I thought it was the end of chapter 1 and it's not. There's more.
A new challenge for me. None shall stand in my way.
Follow my lead.
Get out. There's the eastern and then there's the starport. Now it depends whether there's combat now in the eastern. We're about to find out what's happening here. I think there is. Did you think you won? No enemy of mine. You vanquished Twilight, you struck down Aurora. She was just one of us. Just one. From the depths of the Death Stone, from his prison of cold metal, he will rise. The hour is nigh. It's upon us. The final boss of chapter 1. I guess. We're about to find out now.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Try to avoid all of this. What is this?
It's about time.
Leader.
The Emperor sets my path.
There's one leader that's gonna die right now. Oh my god, there's a lot of you. But the leader is about to die first.
We must act.
My whispers crave entertainment.
Ready for Dahr-Impulse.
I've seen a lot of innocent people. I've yet to see someone remain so after an interrogation.
Join me in prayer.
There goes the leader.
You will make a suitable sacrifice.
Argentina.
Rejoice in battle.
Argentina.
I'll do it. Eradicated. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. That is not the Emperor's will.
Fire start.
Will do. What an unfortunate
fire starter.
turn of fate.
There are a lot of them upstairs.
Anything else?
Argentina cleared them all out. Good Pasqal. Let's go.
Forward.
I can't even see them from here.
Request approved.
Yeah,
Follow
on
my
the
lead.
left.
It will be done. Indeed.
for you shit. Heinrix.
A target. For the throne's glory. Naturally.
Okay, one hit. Good enough. Good enough.
Let's see to it.
My tactics are flawless. Suits my purposes.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Argentina. The only thing that I'm actually afraid of out of all enemies are these fire starters. Because they deal a lot of damage per turn with fire. Other than that, it's all fine.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! I'll do it.
Ready, go. I can't shoot anyone. Should I wait like a bitch here? Yes, yeah. Let them come to us, clear them all out. Shoot like that. They can shoot at me also. We wait. We keep on waiting. We just keep on waiting. Let them come. Once they get all in a line, Argenta will clear. Just keep on waiting. Wait. Now they're gonna all die. Are you ready, assholes?
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Argenta time.
I am his will made manifest.
Argenta.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Go. Do it again. Ooh, that double kill, man. So broken, man. She's just completely broken. Basically, the soldier class is not Argenta. Soldier is OP compared to others.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
What the fuck? On 28 you can.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Fire start. Door on there, Abelard. Man. Are you crazy? Where's that shotgun?
At your beck and call.
Heinrix, go there and clear
Everyone
the mess.
Step aside. I won't object. I'm done with
That's it. Leader. That leader, man. It was so freaking cheesy.
I won't tolerate weakness. Victory awaits.
The window. We can finish this chapter now.
None shall stand in my way.
The starport. Minoris is actually a huge map. Turned out to be a huge map. Huge chapter. Find the shuttle.
A new challenge for me?
Scroll directly. Natural shapes of physically repulse.
I'll lay claim to the
Gonna
stars.
fight some freaking demon now. Sure. They walked into sniper fire. Quick surveillance. They got a sharpshooter.
Yes?
Shoot. I guess one more fight and then the boss. Longer than I expected.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
I will take you down.
Strapped. Rebels. What the fly? Man, that was not supposed to happen.
Follow my lead.
Target selection ritual. Good job. You already managed to kill one of your own. Only 4 of them though. Is that for real? You know what's gonna happen now when Argenta starts shooting, do you?
I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Fucker. Win.
I need a foothold.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Let's see how they respond to this. Not a problem for me.
As the Emperor commands.
Yeah.
I'll do it. See? Right there.
Oh shit.
Doubt is for the weak.
Lucky son of a bitch.
What is this foreboding? Will do.
My soul.
Oh no! No 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 no. No 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 no. No no. That was painful. Don't need that shit now. Especially if the boss is coming up.
Guided by faith.
Circle around.
Ministration is a holy task. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I've never
No 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 no.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Look, over there.
Traps, traps. Traps everywhere, traps.
Let's see to it.
Uh-huh. What are you gonna do now?
A tactically sound approach.
You're fine. Even though we can't do shit down there. You can go there. Are you in smoke now?
Victory is imminent. It will be done.
I can't walk over there, it's plagued with traps. Plagued.
Advancing.
And that sniper is far away. They hurt, by the way. Low HP, but they hurt.
Never wavered in the face of adversity.
Let me try the shot.
Nothing I can't do.
Fuck you, game!
I owe you one. Cover me! But of course.
Nice.
Victory awaits.
Oh, let's disarm everything. That was 20, I needed 5 shots to bring him down.
The Emperor
New challenge
favors me
for me?
today.
Oh shit.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
I better myself through my service.
O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive.
Never doubt me. Duty prevails.
None shall stand in my way. Halt! I noticed something.
Cast your eye there.
Jesus Christ, enough.
The Emperor favors me today. Never doubt me. The burden of failure is the most terrible punishment. I better myself through my service. Duty prevails. Never doubt me. The Emperor favors me today.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
It's forged eyes of the death.
It's about time.
Basic plasma. No one's got plasma proficiency. Dude, it was placed in a great hurry.
Follow my lead.
What on earth is the door now? What for?
I won't tolerate weakness.
What is this? Your lordship, what's all this then? And what are these?
Victory awaits.
What happens over here? The stench of quicklime and blood blankets the starport, echoes of shouting and gunfire wanders over the landing pads. A maze of plexiglass crunches underfoot. Looking at the crowd huddled next to the shuttles, you recognize Sergeant Malgar, the soldier who greeted you upon your arrival on Minoris. The sergeant's chest is fitted with a sturdy-looking flag West, bearing insignias customary among your troops. One of the enforcers you sent must have given it to Malgar as a gift. A group of blooded... what's the door? I'm curious about the door before we do this. Right? What's the door? I'm dead curious about it. If it even works. What's this? Hmm? It's a micro room. Captives. Judged by the caustic smell and the oily stains, they used to store promethium here.
New challenge for me.
Look at the lock. Arts, goods. It's healing, it's gonna be us. White shirt.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
5 agility. Nice music here. Boss. Yes. Entry the sergeant's chest is fitted with a sturdy-looking clock. Okay, a group of bloody and frightened people stands between Malgar wardens and the shuttles. The governor and members of his esteemed entourage. Their expensive attire has been torn in the fighting. Many bear wounds left by bayonets. Examine the people in front of the shuttle. Some of the nobles are paralyzed with fear. Others have succumbed to despair. The corpses are lying on the ground, their arms outstretched. Black blood has pooled under one. The other skull has been split open like a nut, surrounded by a pinkish crimson nimbus of bone shards and bits of brain matter. Sergeant Malgar, I demand an immediate report. He spins around to face you, his face a twisted grimace of anger. Our esteemed governor, with his gaggle of cronies, hid behind our backs, and now that things got rough, they thought they could scrap her and leave us here to die, after we shed our blood for him and broke our backs to supply him with everything. You think that's fair, you Groxpat? Whacks him with a shock batoon. And the governor is dead. Help anyone you can, that is your duty. I don't know why I stick up with these layabouts, they never would have helped someone like me, but they don't deserve to die either. You're right about that, not all of them do at least. Adult that comes from the deep within the starport. Heavy footsteps. Shit, they're not okay with that. This, whatever the fuck is coming now. Is there a Chaos Marine? Yeah, it is. Okay. Where's my Space Wolf? So we can be equal. That's the first boss of chapter. I mean, the final boss of chapter 1. Chaos Marine out of 400 fucking HP. With rebels. Tons of rebels. Let me see you. Aurora's hatred, permanent. Unleash hatred against the last attacker. Whenever I attack him, he unleashes an attack. You got his attention. Chaos Marine will attack target with hated status. 78, 78, 78, yeah. Can charge. Looks nice. There is no cover, man. How am I supposed to fight here without cover? There's only one cover close by to the Marine. Move Argenta and Idira out. Leave Abelard and Heinrix close. Pasqal also. Me, we're going behind. Pray that you don't get one-shotted. Hey, because he plays first. So much from Prey to not get one-shotted. Let's assess the situation again, because this was fucking fair. Especially when he plays first, and especially with that fucking damage. I kinda knew it though. I knew it. I need persuasion to succeed first.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Fuck am I supposed to fight this man? That's an AoE damage from Chaos Marine. We get it, we're fucked. Come on.
I won't heed your cries of mercy.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
I am prone and he plays 1,000,000 times in a row. Interesting. can attack and suffers minus 30 penalty to parry and dodge.
Get me a target.
Bloody Chaos Marine.
I won't object to it. Naturally. For the throne's glory.
40, but what the No, no way. Oh, it's even worse, he's got support.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. I refuse. As the Emperor commands. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Pasqal.
My place is at the fore. Indeed. I will do my duty.
I don't know how to kill this. It's way too much.
Victory is imminent.
That's way too fucking much. But tax of opportunity if I decide to move. Care. Literally doesn't care.
No can do. There is movement in the Empyrean. I'm not so sure. Was it you? Or...
He's enough, he doesn't need any backup. He's enough. No need for other soldiers. That's bullshit with other soldiers. Definitely he's enough. Definitely. That ain't fucking normal.
Let's see to it. But of course, the Inquisition sends their regards. I won't object to it. For the throne's glory.
What else to do? several melees. And there's a sniper over there. I don't care about a sniper. We need to deal with this fucker here.
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
Well, you're huge as a mountain and you dodge.
At your beck and call. It will be done.
Sure, man. Sure. Idiotic son of a bitch.
Running binary override.
That'll easily trigger attack of opportunity if I move and I'm gonna die.
Already done.
I know what is to come.
Naturally.
High momentum.
My time is now.
I will do my duty. Indeed. Victory is imminent. Someone else can do this.
Wow, 100 HP.
Don't squirm.
My frail organics require this.
On it. Anything else?
No. Stupid ass fucker.
Darkness.
They brought her down. Sniper hitter. What now? What are you doing? What is this shit? Just randomly escape. What? What are you? Holy shit, more reinforcements.
I won't do that. Everyone, step aside.
This is broke.
I won't object to it. I'm done with this one.
Broke.
But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne's glory.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. Faith without deeds is worthless. Dedicated. I'll do it.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. It will be done. I will do my duty.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. My vow is preserved.
The game bugged out. I can't see the percentage on enemies. I can only see it on a Chaos Marine. There's something work. Where's the sniper? The Idira died, man. The fucker killed her from up there.
Nothing I can't do.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Not a problem for me.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I don't need that shit right now. I really don't. Shit, fucking sniper draft you of mine. Oh man. I can't play without support. There's no fucking way. Bet it. Dodged, bet it, dodged, fuck off. Jeez, reload now. Yeah, that was worse.
Guided by faith.
Follow my lead. Indeed. It will be done. Victory is imminent.
Sniper destroyed me. Not a Chaos Marine snipe. Very stupid.
Explorers know one route. Forward. Request approved.
That sniper deals more damage than all of them combined, including the Chaos Marine. There's a... Holy fuck, Perry. Perry more. Perry more, you son of a bitch.
The Emperor is on our side. I won't object to it. Naturally.
Funny man.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Funny.
Rejoice in battle! Faith without deeds is worthless.
God, that fucker dodged it
I'll
all.
do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Like, come on! Idiot.
At your beck and call, I took care of this one. I will do my duty.
Get in there with Pasqal now.
The Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
That was actually solid, Pasqal. First time I've seen solid damage out of you. Argenta dead from the snipe. That's gonna be 3 kills now from the sniper. Holy shit, uncover fucking sniper! Look at him, he escapes again! What the fuck are you doing? No way. Yo,
Put my psychic
yo,
abilities to use.
yo.
I won't object.
Slash them all.
Not safe.
Oh man, it sucks. It sucks how Idira died, how I died. Like, it doesn't. Fucking stupid sniper.
For the throne's glory.
Can't even reach that sniper. Ball or not? Oh my god, you survived!
Doubt is for the weak.
No! I can't get extra turns now, so look how I waste
This wound will make a fine scar.
my
Blessed be the
points.
hand of the
And on
healer.
what?
I'd rather not.
Ah, waste my points.
At your beck and call. I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Oh, much more. 193.
Integrity factor increased. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. As the tactical imperative dictates, the order is contrary to dogmatic protocols.
I can't stand him. Non-stop crits. Non-stop crits! Third one the sniper killed. Chaos Marine didn't kill a single one.
Not an excuse to shirk one's duty.
Let's see to it. But of course, Lord Captain. Naturally. I need a foothold. Alas.
The fuck? Why you can't? Man, I could not attack from up there. Yo, I hope I can do it. I really hope so. Don't wanna reload this fight. The stupid ass motherfucking sniper, man. Killed the entire squad.
A tactically sound approach.
Vroom.
It will be done.
Vroom, motherfucker, let's go. Pasqal. Can we do it, Pasqal? Study him. Get in front of him. Get that precise. And please hit him. 3 Pasqal, 60 HP left. I think we can win. Sniper. What are you doing? Come on! No! Pasqal is out also. Oh, Abelard is close.
Our ranks diminish. Get me a target. I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
No, don't parry now.
The throne's glory.
Hey, sure, Abelard's got damage, but
Victory is imminent. I will do my duty. At your beck and call.
stupid ass fucking sniper. Again, he did. Come on. Okay, 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 okay. Okay. HP.
I'll see our foes obliterated. Naturally. Let's see to it.
No!
I won't object to it.
I cannot read. I'm gonna lose because of this. This ain't fucking real.
It will be done.
Is this how I lose?
Let me help.
You have my thanks.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call.
20 HP, sniper and chaos marine play. Again, this shit. He can't pass. Twice. Twice a nickel opportunity.
I'll revert to more conservative tactics.
He's down. What is happening? Man, what is happening?
Step aside. Let's see to it.
Oh! Jesus. Attack opportunity 31. No, I lost. No way! A parry something, holy shit. What the fuck? I can't move now. 12 to 24. 15 to 30. Yeah, we do it.
I will do my duty.
Come on. 11. Go, man.
On Valencius. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Good, nothing works.
It will be done. Careful now. Someone else can do this.
No fucking way. Okay. Move finally. Oh, a fucking crack. Please die. Die!
One fewer.
Holy shit, what's that sniper, son of a bitch?
At your beck and call.
This is also scary. Now because of one sniper, I'm gonna get destroyed. I need to reach him. No more healing. Look at him.
Follow my lead.
If I lose because of the stupid sniper. No!
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Shut up.
Field medicine at its finest. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
Come here, you bitch. Don't tell me you can shoot me from up there.
A tactically sound approach. The healing is much appreciated. It will be done.
Come here. Move from there. Can I reach you? I can't yet.
Tried and tested.
I'll be patient. I don't give a fuck. They want him to score some lucky crit or whatever. Like, no. Let him be. Let's go. Tell me I can charge.
I'd rather not.
I can't. That's
Indeed.
fucking epic. What's the matter now?
That's not the Seneschal's job.
Fuck you, son of a bitch. Throw a preg on him. Should not be able to kill Abelard. Enough with bullshit. You broken.
My place is at the fore.
Broken.
I will do like you. Field medicine at its finest.
That shit ain't happening. Hallelujah, man, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Holy wounds. What did Chaos Marine left? I did it on the first try though, it was disgusting. Disgusting.
Victory awaits.
Auto visors, recoil gloves, and a heavy multi-melt with 40 penetration
need someone with melt proficiency. Thank God I did it on the first try. I would freak out if I needed to repeat this fight again. It was so bloody long, man. Imagine playing this twice. Just imagine. We leveled up also. Injuries everywhere.
None shall stand in my way.
What's with that aura? What is that? Crippled arm. I think it bugged out. It shouldn't look like this.
I won't
Whatever.
tolerate weakness.
Whatever. We won. Oof. That was drop.
About time.
Really drop. My shuttle is out, and I need to drag into this. Nearly destroyed.
We shall
Oh man. Let's level up. Level 12. Yeah, we're gonna use focus this time. I like it. And the fellowship. Pasqal. Decrease enemy toughness and willpower. We're gonna be nimble now. Now we're gonna take perception this time. Get this coffee. Let me see what's with my cat. Maybe nimble on him also. Maybe. Dodge. Weapon skill. Athletics. Fly. So give you nimble. More parry. Dodge. 125 athletics. Ballistic. Intelligence. Ballistic. Gonna go with a rapid reload. First reload is for free. It means a lot. She wastes ammo like crazy. Oh, are we done with chapter 1? Holy shit, was tough. Ooh, Sniper gave me more trouble than the actual Chaos Marine, man. I think it's gonna be ship combat, and then the chapter will end. It's about time they introduce the ship combat at the end of chapter 1. Then I'm still bugged flying through my ship. The almighty rogue trader. Thank be the Emperor you're alive, your lordship. We're most gratified by your return, and the crew is full of zeal to carry out any orders you may have. What's the situation on board? Navigator's sanctum is no longer empty, but the warp engine is still refusing to obey the Engineseers. Without it, we cannot perform a warp jump. It may be angry, or perhaps it's lamenting the injuries it has suffered. I will immediately initiate preparations for a prayer service. If the Omnissiah grants me comprehension, I will appease the machine spirit of this vessel. Why did he not send a shuttle to the planet for me? I do apologize, your lordship, but we were unable to receive your request for evacuation. The Vax link was overrun with vile interference, screams, blasphemous hymns, and other equally sinister noises. Any who listened to the interference for a protracted period lost their sanity. Several dozen operators went mad monitoring the Vax caster in the hope of hearing your voice. Each one of them waited in vain. What's happening on the planet now? Our augur operators are reporting numerous uprisings and other manifestations of the arch-enemy's powers at various locations on the planet. Based on the fragments of communications picked up by our Vox operators, there is practically no resistance being offered by the governor's forces. Millions of people are converting to the blasphemous Final Dawn cult en masse and assembling in prayer circles, in hope of retaking the planet. I fear that Raikad Minoris is lost. The situation is deteriorating by the minute. We must leave the system as soon as possible. However, there are still people on the planet who have not succumbed to heresy and who are worthy of rescue. Besides the small number of our own shuttles, we also have the shuttles salvaged from the starport. We must save as many as we can. This has all happened for a reason. Saint Argenta, whose name I carry with reverence and trepidation, is famed for saving people of a dying world through the power of prayer. The God Emperor himself sent a star from the heavens that lifted the saint and her followers up to the sky, away from the corruption and death. We must do as she did, direct all our efforts to saving these people who at this moment look to the heavens in hope of salvation. The lives of peasants are of little value. Our prime objective is to save the holy relic, the miraculous fusion reactor. An electro-priest who guard and tend to it. Every moment we spent in proximity to a dying world, we're putting ourselves at risk. Your life, Lord Captain, is far more valuable than all of Raikad Minoris. The Von Valencius dynasty cannot be allowed to perish, and so lamentable though it is, we must rule out the idea of any evacuation. The world is doomed, and its inhabitants alone with it. The disappearance of the star was the final nudge towards death, the finale of the cult of the Final Dawn's plans. I once witnessed a similar event, a world that had surrendered to the servants of the arch-enemy and permitted corruption to enter too deep. At this moment, millions of people are bowing down before those who promised them salvation, and they're willingly given over their souls to chaos, a sacrifice great enough to bring forth the demon world. Our only hope of stopping this process is to retreat to a safe distance from the planet and conduct targeted bombing of Electro Priest's Monastery. If we blow up the reactor, a thermonuclear reaction will follow. The world's oxygen will evaporate, killing off the entire biosphere. In doing this, we will save millions of souls from a fate far worse than that. And we will save Raikan and Minoris from becoming an outpost of the unholy shit. I have 4 or 5 choices how to deal with the planet. And no matter what I pick, it's bad. Something lurking in the depths of your consciousness bristles at the passing thought of saving people. The spike of horror you feel takes your breath away, as you're planning to steal the prey of a mighty predator. The planet is already wrapped in a thread stretching out from the warp. It deserves to have a new master. Which of the planet's inhabitants can we evacuate? Set an optimal course and carry out an orbital strike on the Electro Priest Monastery. Raikan Minoris must fall. We'll not waste any time on this world. Pull back and begin preparations. Which of the planet's inhabitants can we evacuate? The nobles you rescued at the starport have given the coordinates of shelters where we can find surviving aristocrats and their families. As for Sergeant Malgar troops, they will help to control the crowds of frightened commoners and prevent the shuttles from being overloaded. Thanks to you, we salvaged many shuttles from the starport that we can now use. Nobles deserve to be saved above all others. Have the pilot extract all of the commoners who have not yet converted to the cult of the Final Dawn. The miraculous fusion reactor must be saved. The miraculous fusion reactor must be... Holy shit, they leave you like... You have 5 bad things, now pick one. Save the people, save nobles, save commoners, get loot, fusion reactor, miraculous fusion reactor, nuke the planet, or just turn around and who gives a fuck what's gonna happen. Hey, we are saving the fusion reactor. Any delay caused by loading and transporting people to the ship will cost us precious time. Do not deceive yourself. If you indulge your vanity by saving a few hundred people on a whim, you will doom billions to eternal torment at the hands of the archenemy. This is complete madness, bestial, primitive cannibalism. By his light, Lord Captain, stop this. Order the strike on the reactor while we still can. Do not forget yourself, Interrogator. One more objection from you and I shall forget all about the need to deliver you to Footfall alive. I must do as I see fit. Perhaps I'm acting foolishly in the Inquisition's eyes, but it is my decision to make. Very well, Heinrix. Let's do it your way. Set an optimal course and carry out an orbital strike on the Electro Priest Monastery. No! I must do as I see fit, Benevolentia. You detect a flicker of something beneath Heinrich's sanguine mask. Anger, bitterness, whatever it may be. It does not seep into Interrogator's dispassionate voice. In that case, I consider it necessary to point out that the mark of the archenemy could infiltrate the ship along with any rescued people. Keep that in mind for the future. Consider it done. It's likely our shutters will have capacity to evacuate more people besides the nobility. Have the pilots extract all of the commoners who have not yet converted to the cult of the Final Dawn. Consider it done. This will bring us the limit of our capabilities. We have no more shuttles to use. The prayers of the tech priests... I went with Pasqal's choice. The prayers of the tech priests surrounding the cogitator almost drowned out the sounds of the bustling bridge behind you. Pasqal, poring intently over the data slate in his hands, extends a mechanic towards you. Please take your place at the cogitator, Lord Captain. First, explain what we're doing. I studied the data and discovered a machine node that was damaged as a result of the heretic sabotage. The functioning of the warp sextant was tampered with, and the ship's spirit, aggrieved by this violation of the operational ritual, is now rejecting its calculations. I sought a way to rectify this error and have concluded that your participation is necessary to do so. The cogitator systems of this temple of the Omnissiah are subordinate to the shell whose repository serves the machine we see before us, a machine created for your predecessor, and one that uses biological signature of dynastic blood in its computations. The spirits should recognize the shipmaster and submit to his will. Shoot. That shoot sounded less than reassuring. The void ship is not my temple. The acolytes of this vessel have adopted their own customs for conversing with the machine spirits. They do not know me and they express themselves a little known dialect of Technolingua.
I will trust in the Omnissiah that my analysis of the data was correct. It means we have a chance of appeasing the ship's spirit. Step up. The heat... What is this? Yo, it's so funny. The huge machine in front of you is lit with dozens of windscreens and hundreds of lumens. The blinking lights and endless rush of symbols and digits on the green background make your eyes water. The vague sense of alarm simmers in the depths of your mind. The typical reaction of a layperson when confronted with the magnitude of the Omnissiah's creation. Among the numerous controls you see the mouth of a cyber gargoyle, the same as the gate of the water chamber. Servants of the machine god heed my command. Acolytes prepare the incense instrumentation for the liturgy of machine spirit propitiation. Senior technomets recite the prayer to generate a current data report. Operations will be marked with campological protocol. Omnissiah rejoice. I must inform you to chill 1 millisecond. Boom. How long have we been playing today? 6, 4, 10 hours in total. And I got to go to the wedding tomorrow. In 3 PM. Now it's 2 AM. At the time of this recording. So in 13 hours I need to go to the wedding. Tomorrow Sunday. I must inform you that for the purpose of safety, complete reassembly of the warp sextant and updating of his data smith blessings are required. If this is not done, then at the launch the volume of aggregate calculation errors could result in destruction of data crypts. But as we do not have 100 hours at our disposal, we must omit this procedure. A minor deviation from the operation ritual for the sake of appeasing the spirit. What must I do? Place your hand inside the throat of the cogitator guardian, a cyber gargoyle which has been assigned to guard the forbidden data crypts. The dynastic blood extracted from your veins will serve as a key to the data core where the machine spirit dwells. To it we will offer our prayers so that we may bypass the protective protocol for defective connections and launch the warp sextant. The laws of the Omnissiah know no exceptions. And so in this ritual I will remain at your side to placate the wrathful machine spirit in whose abode you will be intruding. Follow my liturgies, Lord Captain, we may receive his blessing. Place your hand. The metal jaws clamp down on your hand, breaking your delicate corporal sheath and releasing warm red liquid into its gullet. At the same moment, the image on the windscreen before you changes. Gesture, what does it all mean? At the sound of your voice, the servitor mounted on the cogitator housing jerks into motion with a screech. Its head rotates toward you and then stops in that position. Benevolent code, a voice receptor, hypothesized that the defect is located in an analyzer block. I register a reaction to the signal, but no process response. Temporary override is permissible. The shell was created in a forge world unknown to me, initiating standard invocation of the machine spirit. What now, Pasqal? Address the machine spirit. Speak the following command. By my authority, I revoke the inviolable protocol of the warp engine. Voice receptor will receive the vocal entry. Without your sanction, the machine spirit will not accept the data from the warp sextant. By my authority, I revoked protocol of the warp engine. One of the cogitated windscreens turns red. Pasqal sees this and raises his hands, signalizing to the rest of the tech priest that he draws a connector from his sleeve and connects to it to the machine. Servants of the Omnissiah make now the offering of cleansed data crypts to the machine spirit so it may be filled with the true and calibrated data. May the Omnissiah have mercy on our souls. In mixed solemnity, the acolytes offer up cleansed data crypts to the warp engine one after another, repeating prayers of exaltation. After anointing the contacts with sacred unguents, Pasqal inserts them in the cogitator slot.
Your head begins to spin from the holy censor's foul-smelling clouds of smoke and from the loss of the blood that the cyber gargoyle continues to drink from you, and the world swims before your eyes. Let this mechanism awaken in renewed purity. Pasqal enters a sequence of commands and raises his head, watching the windscreen. Suddenly, he stops dead. No. His fingers fly over the command runes, entering command after command, his mechandrites clicking their pincers, pull one lever after another. The windscreen filled with strings of symbols completely incomprehensible to you, but clearly conveying something to the magus. Say nothing and do not interfere. After a few seconds, one of the data crypts mounted on the cogitator begins to emit sparks. A moment later, another data crypt does the same. The next bursts into flame and gives off foul-smelling smoke. Around you, the Messiah servants break off from their prayers, and someone bursts into frantic pleading. Pasqal mournfully grates out the mess of errors in the warp sextant's calculations and destroyed data repositories. The offering did not appease the ship's spirit. The warp engine cannot be filled with motive force. We're trapped. Perhaps an alternative Horizon protocol or an emergency launch of the auxiliary coils. He bends over and starts doing something, while the other windscreen are filled with more and more strings of symbols. The monitor in front of you blinks and its static image changes. Pasqal is too engrossed in his ritual to notice. Read the information. Back, step through, step full, step up, query. What query? The servitor in cogitator's housing creaks quietly in the joints, a sound that is drowned out by the binary hymns and trapping of command runes. RpG rescue query. Rescue. Yes, Machine Spirit, rescue us. Machine Spirit, this is Lord Captain of this vessel. Obey me and start the warp engine. Oh, hello, Machine Spirit, in the name of Messiah and the Emperor, reveal unto us your power and guard us against our doom. Useless pile of scrap, the rogue trader commands you read us of your melody and submit to my will. Oh, hello, Machine Spirit, in the name of the Omniscient and the Emperor, reveal unto us your power and guard us against our doom. Pasqal echoes your sentiments with a triumphant sound of binary hymn. Pasqal's next vocalization goes unsynthesized as he sees the windscreens begin to stabilize, one after another. The strings frenetically galloping across the green background are replaced with stable images or regularly updating status reports. Only one monitor remains. Red. Tech Priest walks, crackles in shock. Registering warp sextant activated, registering data stream stabilizing, registering 0 data errors found, reporting the warp engine is ready for translation. I'm also reporting evidence indicating a category 3 miracle fulfilling the criterion, thou shalt witness the mechanism that goes in glorification of its function and in defiance of deactivation. Raywar. The crew are almost finished carrying out the orders given earlier. I received confirmation from the engineering halls. I don't know what you did, but the warp engine's up and ready to go. We're ready to begin the translation to the warp. What just happened? I hypothesized that the ship's spirit heard our prayers and intervened. It summoned the power of Omniscient to do something beyond my comprehension. It appears the Omniscient perceives and knows the power of your fate, Pasqal. He will not have worked this miracle otherwise. Pasqal, I expected you to save my ship yourself, not pray for a miracle. Your performance is unsatisfactory. I know little of the Omniscient sacred machine, but what I saw on the screen looks strange. Contact Raver. It appears Omniscient perceives and knows the power of your fate, Pasqal. I hope he will grant me a revelation that will allow me to comprehend the nature of this miracle. What I've seen on the screen looks strange. Non-standard output of information lost in a data core. Servitors use the data, conduits are not always fully lobotomized. Fragments of their thoughts can appear even in pure code. Let's go, Raylor, let's go. Chapter 1 is done. It was a great chapter. Still needs work, but It was really good. It was fun. Time flied during this chapter. Both prologue and chapter 1. I liked it. Good introduction in the game. Introduction out of 20-30 hours and now the big game. That's up. The ship is awake. I want to see better cutscenes here. Speaking about better cutscenes, I want to see that also, the intro after the prologue.
House von Valancius' flagship left the Doomed Star system. As the void ship made its way deeper into the Coronis expanse, the rogue trader's subjects bid farewell to the late head of the dynasty, Theodora von Valancius. Having paid their last respects and mourned the past, the people mustered their strength and turned their eyes toward the future.
Impressive, this one. I want it to be longer, but still impressive. I like it. I want to see that prologue after the prologue on the beginning of chapter 1, end of chapter 1, and so on. I'm going behind. Look at this. Will this ever stop? Lord Captain, allow me to report our journey through the warp is coming to an end. Lady Navigator Roselio informs me, Cassia, that we reached the point where we can translate to real space in the Furibundus system. The Lady Navigator and her pilots are awaiting your permission to begin the process. Furibundus system is home to Footfall, the only Imperium outpost with a functioning wharf in Coronis Expanse. Tech priests are begging you to have mercy on the machines worn down by the warp, and to allow the servants of the Omnissiah to heal the void ship's wounds in the dock. The prayers and rituals will take some time, which our astrophatic Coar will use to establish a connection with the prime worlds of your protectorate, Dargonus, Janus, and Kiavagama. Now I know the entire chapter 2. We'll see what changed though. Master Zachary Weiss has recovered an invitation previously met in Materium. The Liege of Footfall humbly requested an audience with a rogue trader. According to Master Zachary, the message was tinted with shades of pleading. Apparently the Liege is anxious to meet as soon as possible. Footfall, the place where filth and sanctity go hand in hand. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso will most likely expect a visit from me. I imagine he will be interested in talking to you as well. I'll be leaving your void ship when we arrive on Footfall. Once that is done, consider the Lord Inquisitor's task complete. Before I leave you, I was supposed to deliver this to Lady Theodora. But considering the circumstances, I'm giving it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine that can translate the languages of distant and lost worlds to Imperial Gothic. It is even capable of handling Xenos languages. Up to a point there may be flaws in translation, but the overall meaning should be clear. I hereby inform the rogue trader that over the course of comprehensive rite of system inspection, this unit discovered data within the captain's cogitator that is concealed from prying eyes by means of personal cipher and the sacrament of algorithmic authorization. Unit von Valancius has been added to the access list and assigned a designated Keeper 2. The data can be accessed from the captain's cogitator under the condition that the unit possesses the decryption key. That's a lot right now. Are you leaving us, Heinrix? The arrangement with the Lord Inquisitor and predecessor was that I be transported to Footfall and no further. I dare not take advantage of your generosity and patience anymore than I already have. Hope we meet again. I'm always happy to welcome a true servant of the Emperor aboard my ship, your skilled fighter. I could use such men. Would you like to extend your stay in my retinue? We ask. Thank you for the offer, but I must decline. I'm afraid my duty before the Golden Throne comes before everything else. We're gonna find him again. Argenta, who is this Reverend Hieronymus who wants to talk to me? He's the head of Drusian mission on Footfall and one of the most prominent clergymen in the sector. Paying him a visit is a good thing for any loyal servant of the Emperor to do. I assisted his mission before I joined Lady Theodora on her voyage. his blessing to accompany the new rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. If you wish to have me aboard your voice ship, I request that we meet with Reverend Hieronymus. Vigdis, tell me about the system. Oribundus, valuable due to its close proximity to the Maw, the gateway to the Imperium. The system is mostly known for footfall, the main base for merchants, privateers, and rogue traders traversing the Coronos Expanse. Additionally, the star itself is orbited by Adeptus Mechanicus Station, which is off limits to outsiders. Altar Templum Calixis X-17, I had the honor of tending to the shrine for a few thousand cycles. I suggest you abstain from visiting it, as most tech comrades at the station are engaged in meditative calculations that should not be interrupted. What I need to know about footfall: largest port, trading capital of Coronos Expanse, dockyard, allow us to inspect and repair the void ship, and it boasts its own astropetic core, Coronos Expanse communication nexus. They mentioned pirate hideouts, smuggler caches, forts belonging to dozen gangs, groups, and factions. In the Coronos Expanse, the Imperium relies on this as its outpost. The fringes of humanity domain rarely resemble its central worlds, but so long as footfall serves the God Emperor, insofar as it can, it will be considered a citadel of the Imperium. Although I heard that the teeth it sends are underwhelming, to say the least. Due to its remoteness, it has developed its own rules and customs. Many of the goods that can be procured there would be considered heresy in the heart of the Imperium, enough to warrant summary execution. Moreover, footfall is the domain of rogue traders, who transcend certain imperial laws by virtue of the warrant they bear. What after footfall? After we repair the ship, the time will come for your Magna Accessio, the official ceremony of donning the mantle of the rogue trader. It's mostly a formality at this point. You already possess all the privileges granted by the warrant, and yet it's a major milestone in your personal history, the moment your name graces the list of heads of the Von Valancius dynasty. Abelard, anything about the Liege of Foothold? We know he's a snitch, he's an idiot, and he deals with Xenos tech rubbish. They mostly deal with criminals, and all factions are on footfall. Now he explains all the factions. We've seen that from the early alpha. Why does the Liege wants to see me so badly? He wishes to meet with a rogue trader of the Von Valancius dynasty. They don't know that Theodora died. Tell Navigator I give her leave to make transition from the warp into real space. One more thing, Lord Captain, no one at the station knows about Theodora's demise and inheriting the title. Tell the Liege I will arrive incognito. No one needs to know that the rogue trader is on footfall. People, this is the longest video on the rogue trader. I think it was part 11. We have finished chapter 1. This is where chapter 2 starts. And chapter 2 is 50 hours long. Easily 50 hours long. Like 3 times the size, if not even 4 times the size of chapter 1 and prologue. I won't be playing tomorrow. I'll play in 2 days from now, because tomorrow I gotta attend that wedding, and I can release this video on 1st June, okay, and I'll release like 20-30 videos at once for the rogue trader. Everything, reviews, guides, full walkthroughs, boss fights, puzzles, secrets, everything that you can imagine, but I doubt that I can finish Rogue Trader because chapter 2 is huge and there is the entire chapter 3 after it that I never played. The first time what I played was prologue and chapter 1. Early alpha had chapter 2, now it's all familiar to me. And Diablo 4 is coming on 2nd June. There's not enough time in the world to manage all. All in all, that's it for this part. I think it's part 11. I'll be seeing you on part 12, where chapter 2 officially begins. Thanks for watching as always.